Morning, Kitty. I don't know if you're talking to me. I can't hear you for some reason.
Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you. Thank you. Yes.
All right. Who you here on?
I am here on Richard Hannon, and I'll be waiving his presence. And then Kitty, I also just learned that I have a conflict on another case that's set for exam before Judge Giles next week. Would the court prefer me to file a written motion to withdraw, or did you want to call it on the record today?
What's the case number? I'll pull it.
Yeah, it is Fraser Savage. It's a 2014 case. 14062-331.
Oh, we just did this the other day, didn't we?
Yes, and I just got discovery, and I learned that the complaining witness is someone we've previously represented.
All right. For the 10th. Okay, yeah, I was. And she's on Hannah, right? Yeah, yeah, no, she has two, one's a adjournment and one's a PCC. So yeah, you can.
36th District Court, City of Detroit, State of Michigan is now in session with the Honorable Judge Ronald Giles presiding. You may be seated.
Calling case, oh, I'm sorry, you ready, Catherine? Calling case number 2255817, the people of the state of Michigan versus Richard Hanna. Defendant is charged with count 1, controlled substance, delivery, manufacturing, cocaine, heroin, or another narcotic less than 50 grams. Count 2, weapons, firearms, possession by a felon. Count 3, count 4, weapons, felony, firearm, habitual offender for notice. This matter is scheduled for a probable cause conference.
Good morning, Judge. Alex Langer, on behalf of the people, P number P86590.
And good morning, Judge. Neighborhood Defender Service by Jackie Pilkowitz, PA1653, on behalf of Richard Hannon. I just spoke with Mr. Hannon yesterday. I'd ask that the court waive his presence for purposes of this PCC.
Court will waive his appearance for the purpose of the hearing.
Your Honor, I am in the seat of discovery at this time. We are requesting an examination date.
Thursday, May 11th at 9:15.
I can do that, Judge. Do you have anything later in the morning, possibly?
10:15. Late enough.
11 would be great if the court's available.
Well, 11.
May 11th at 11, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor, all set.
All right. Conclude the hearing.
Calling case number 1462331. The people of the state of Michigan versus Frazier Savage. Defendant is charged with count 1 and count 2, assault with intent to murder. Count 3, weapons felony firearm, habitual offender, 4th notice. This matter is here on adjournment. Motion hearing.
Good morning, Judge. Alex Winger, on behalf of the people, P number P86590.
And good morning, Judge Neighborhood Defender Service by Jackie Pilkowitz, P81653 on behalf of Frazier Savage. I'd ask that the court waive his presence for purposes of this motion to withdraw.
Court will waive his appearance for purposes of this hearing.
Your Honor, I just received discovery yesterday. I saw that the complaining witness, this is the first time I've actually received their name. I ran it in my system. We have previously represented one of the complaining witnesses in this case, and as such, it would be a conflict for which I have to withdraw as counsel.
Have you talked to your client?
I have not. I just got it yesterday and I hopped on first thing this morning, but I will advise him this morning that I will be withdrawing.
Who it is that you were representing?
All right. Court will allow you to withdraw and we'll have it reassigned.
Thank you, Your Honor. And just so I'm sure the court has it in front of it, but I believe the exam is set for the 10th. Should I advise Mr. Frazier to appear in court on that day or sign into Zoom at the very least?
Right now, he's going to appear in court on that day.
Understood.
Something changes, then the attorney will contact them.
Understood.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Thank you.
Have a good weekend.
You too. So, you need to call across the street.
Yeah.
Sorry, sign.
Good morning. Anyone need to check in?
Jonathan Simon for Terry Stanfield.
Okay.
Stanfield is in the jail. You show him with a personal bond, but he's waiting tethered out of Lincoln Park.
Yeah, he's in the jail. The jail just called. So they're getting ready to put him on.
Yeah, that's okay. Or, I mean, I'm just going to set it for exam. So, I mean, waive it if you want, or I can wait.
Okay. Anyone else need to check in that has not checked in?
And good morning. I'm here on Mr. Charles Sledge. Today's matter set for an exam, and it would be a waiver.
Yes. Thank you. Anyone else need to check in?
Good morning, Madam Clerk. This is Jeff Konecki from NDS. I have a James Woods that's scheduled for an 11:30 exam. He should be zooming in for a waiver.
All right, I have you checked in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Party's ready on Charles Sledge. Oh, no, we can't call. He's not on yet. Party's ready on Terry Stanfield.
Yes.
Calling case number 2059459, the people of the state of Michigan versus Terry Stanfield. Defendant is charged with count 1, larceny, $1,000 or more, but less than $20,000. Count 2, larceny in a building, habitual offender for notice. This matter is scheduled for a probable cause conference.
Good morning, Judge. Alex Ranger, on behalf of the people, P number P86590.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jonathan Simon, P 35596, on behalf of Mr. Stanfield. Mr. Stanfield is in the custody of the Wayne County Sheriff on an unrelated matter. I saw him yesterday at the jail. He would like to have the matter set for examination. And if the court please, I can waive his presence for the purpose of the PCC.
All right, but waive his appearance for the purpose of this hearing. Exam, May 11th at 9:15.
No, I have a 9 o'clock in Macomb County.
10:45.
Can we go later that morning?
$11:15.
Very good. I should be done and back by then. Judge, I did request discovery on this matter. I don't believe I've received any.
I have emailed the OIC and let them know, and as soon as I get it from the OIC, I will turn it over.
Very well. I will submit a discovery order and hopefully I have it by the 11th. Otherwise, I guess I will have to move to dismiss.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
See you on the 11th.
Okay.
This- Good morning, Mr. Woods. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Yes, ma'am.
All right, you're in court. You gotta take that hat off, okay?
I'm so sorry. So sorry.
That's okay. Parties ready on James Woods?
Ready.
Calling case number 2356497, the people of the state of Michigan versus James Woods. Defendant is charged with count 1, motor vehicle, unlawful driving away. This matter is scheduled for examination.
Good morning, Judge. Alex Ranger, on behalf of the people, P number P86590.
And may it please the court, Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit by Jeffrey Konecki, P64800. On behalf of Mr. Woods. Mr. Woods, please state your name for the record.
All right. Go ahead, counsel.
I apologize, Your Honor. I discussed with Mr. Woods his right to an exam and the nature and purpose of that examination. And then after our discussions, he indicated he wished to waive his examination. We are scheduled for 11:30 this morning, but he's been advised of his rights and he wishes to waive his exam.
Signal.
Do people have any objection?
No objection.
All right, Mr. Woods,
Yes.
you understand that you have a statutory right to a preliminary exam where the state must show by probable cause crime was committed and probable cause you had something to do with committing that crime.
I'm sorry.
You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Anybody promise you anything or threaten you in any way to get you to waive your right to preliminary exam?
No, sir.
You waive your right freely and voluntarily after having opportunity to talk to your attorney about it.
Yes.
Do you have any objection to the court signing your name to the waiver form and initialing off?
No, sir.
And counsel, do you have any objection to the court signing your name to the waiver form?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, court will find that you freely and voluntarily waive your right to preliminary exam and filed over Wayne County Circuit Court Criminal Division for arraignment on the information, which will be May 19th, 2023 at 9:00 a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bonds continued.
Thank you.
Thank you. Everyone have a good weekend. Mr. Woods, we'll talk next week.
Okay. Y'all have a good one. Thank you.
All right, you two take care now.
Okay.
SLB. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I sent a man, but I just saved it. I did put on the version. I mean, if they bring them, that's okay too. Apparently they're bringing Mr. Sledge now. You didn't know I put virtual on. Okay. All right, so we're waiting now.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
One, so Attorney Tucker is the only one that checked in on the executive. So, we're gonna do this.
Squash it.
Yes.
Is it good?
Oh, yeah, I sent the text.
Yeah. I'm following you. Yeah, well,
Yes. Yes. Okay. Anything else?
Don't be tight. Are you gonna go?
Hopefully not, I don't know.
I just don't know what, because he, I just get stuck.
It's funny you said. Yeah, that might have been a little different. Anytime, just don't add time, so.
Any other?
No, I don't have no more time.
What, Mr. what's his name? He said he's got how long? He has, what we did before.
No, the sledge, we're waiting on, him. I just called Wayne County, they said that they brought him, they're bringing him to court.
Bring him here.
Yeah,
I didn't see that on, okay. They could have just went ahead and had him on Zoom.
I put a virtual on the mail.
Cause I didn't see that.
Cause that's what I told the deputy, cause she said, oh, he's out for court, he's on his way there, and I said, well,
This is going to.
was it Frank Murphy? Right there.
But they might come.
I told her, I said, I put it on the net, I put it on the net, virtual.
So he's already out.
Yeah, she said he was out.
And Madam Clerk, I was in circuit court yesterday regarding Mr. Sledge, and the Honorable Judge Cox did sign an order keeping him in the custody of the Wayne County Jail prior to returning him to Oakland County so they can finish these remaining hearings.
Okay. Yeah, they just got him out coming here instead of virtual.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why they did that. Tell you to do stuff on the beds when it's like they don't read. Where's, okay, I pulled it, so. Okay. I said,
What do you got? Could you turn off my news?
Right, you roll them
I have seen it, and it makes me wonder. Well, well, I talked to Rima. And so I'm doing 3 exams and she's. This one.
It's this money.
Yeah. I can't even count that.
I think what makes it look bad is all these probable causes.
Yeah. Well, we know the one.
It's 10 PCCs and one.
Yeah. A special prosecutor.
At 90?
Yeah. Okay. A special prosecutor.
Yeah, Mathis, I think we said Mathis on it. Yeah.
Usually we know it isn't because she might be worse than managing with a few ones.
Yeah. She does. Yesterday.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Right. Just sitting around waiting. Turn.
Yes, it was a light day. I looked at it. The latest one was 11. Yeah. I was telling her, I don't even walk it. It's too well. You look better than me.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How you doing?
Good morning.
Pretty good.
Oh, yeah. Morning, Jessica. How y'all feeling? Be here. It's Friday. How you feeling, sir?
Okay.
You sure?
Yeah.
Hey, look, you sure you don't need to be pushed downstairs? Make you feel so bad?
No.
I know.
Definitely.
And that is definitely
Who
good.
got hurt?
Unless you don't care. Yeah. I'm hurt my back. I had it.
Oh, that's what he's going there.
Basically, shut down the whole way.
Maybe I'm gonna call you. Morning.
Good morning. This is Kim Michon with NDS. Cody Bradford, I think, added to the docket a Carl Moreau, who is on capias status with the court. Is that accurate?
Let me check. Monroe.
MARROW.
Yeah, but he was arraigned. He was arraigned already. This is PCC to.
It's a PCC today. Excellent.
All right, you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Calling case number 2356244, the people of the state of Michigan versus Carl Monroe Jr. Defendant is charged with count 1, motor vehicle, unlawful driving away, count 2, stolen property, receiving and concealing motor vehicle. This matter is scheduled for a probable cause conference.
Good morning, Judge. Alex Waring on behalf of the people, P number P86590.
And good morning, Your Honor. May it please this most honorable court. Kim Michon, Neighborhood Defender Services, P59167, on behalf of Mr. Moreau. For purposes of this proceeding, would the court be gracious enough to waive the client's presence? Thank you so much, Judge. We do have discovery. We're simply requesting a preliminary examination date.
May 11th at 9:15.
Give me one moment to toggle over. That time again, sir, I apologize.
So what?
What time was that again?
On 9:15?
That is just fine.
Oh. I'm sorry, yeah, he has two.
I thought he had two cases. I was just about to say.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You're fine.
Calling case number 2355201, the people of the state of Michigan versus Carl Morrow, the junior defendant is charged with count 1, stolen property, receiving and concealing motor vehicle. This matter is scheduled for a probable cause conference.
Good morning, Judge. Alex Ring on behalf of the people, P number P86590.
And Kim Michon, Neighborhood Defender Services, on behalf of Mr. Morrow, again asking to waive his appearance for these purposes and set a preliminary examination date.
We'll waive his appearance for purpose of this hearing. Set an exam date for May 11th at 9:30.
Perfect. Reading my mind, Judge, as always. Thank you so very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
A lovely day to you and your staff and a great weekend.
You too. Calling case number 2356277, the people of the state of Michigan versus Jamal Vincent. Defendant is charged with count 1, weapons carrying concealed. This matter is scheduled for examination.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Dan Duquette on behalf of the people, practicing under Michigan Court Rule 8.120, under the supervision of Ed Buckba, P number 86266, in good standing.
Any objection?
No objections, Your Honor.
Granted.
Tamika Tucker, PA 5402, on behalf of Jamal Benson, who's standing right behind me. State your name, sir.
Jamal Vincent. Mr. Vincent.
The people are
Tell
unable.
me why you would be wearing a t-shirt in my courtroom? I'm sorry. I'm not asking for your apology. I'm asking for why.
Right now, I don't have any of my dress clothes. This is not the attire that I would normally come to court in. I just don't have any of my dress clothes right
Let me explain something. No, you want me to respect you, right?
now. Yes, sir.
I want the same thing. It's like for how you come in my courtroom. But normally what I would do, sit in the back, let them take you to Wayne County Jail, and then they dress you. You can't dress for my court. That's what I gotta do to get my respect.
Sir.
Oh, yeah.
Your Honor, the people are unable to proceed at this time. Necessary witnesses were subpoenaed but have not appeared.
Your Honor, we move it for this to be dismissed.
And it's dismissed without prejudice.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Benson, you can wait in the hallway.
I'm just a dinosaur. Oh, wait. Scratch on the top.
Right. A chance to get it. Mr. Kennedy, we haven't done Owensby yet, have we?
Mhm.
No, Owensby.
No.
He's in the hallway. Okay. So turn it down.
Thank you. Did that. Anybody else coming in?
No, it's early.
Sometimes phones have to.
No, I got three cases on doing these PCCs.
Neighborhood. Still nothing on Sledge? Or a second, huh? Yeah, she said they was already out. They were.
How you doing? Are you receiving prisoners at this time? Are they okay? Okay, so I've been for Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith. Yes. He just received in prison.
Oh. Good morning.
Good morning, this is Brian Gagnick. As a Denon Owens,
I'm sorry, what's the name?
Owensby.
Yes, he's here, he's actually here in the court.
Is it possible for him to provide a good working phone number and we can proceed with the PCC?
Yeah, you can bring him in. Okay. I think this is. I asked him, is this his phone number? Tyrone, ask him, is this his phone number? See if by his name. So Counselor, I just sent you a chat. That's his phone number.
Got it.
You see it? All right, cool.
Good morning, everybody.
Okay. Calling case, calling case number 2356626. The people of the state of Michigan versus Dion Owensby. Defendant is charged with count 1, controlled substances, possession cocaine, heroin, or another narcotic less than 25 grams, habitual offender. Third notice, this matter is scheduled for a probable cause conference.
Good morning, Judge Alex Marie on behalf of the people, P 86590.
Ryan Gasnick, Your Honor, Neighborhood Defender Service, P 64220.
Mr. Owens, can you state your name for the record, please, sir?
Nah,
Mr. Owens, please, so you know in the future, please don't wear a t-shirt in court.
yes, sir.
A shirt with collar, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, counsel, what's your pleasure?
Your Honor, I am just meeting Mr. Owensby, but I do have discovery. I'm going to call Mr. Owensby when this matter ends. Would the court set us a preliminary examination, please?
All right, Thursday, May 11th at 10:15.
Your Honor, I'm in a trial that day.
Friday, May 12th at 9 o'clock.
I accept.
Beg your pardon?
Yes, Your Honor. May 12th, 9 a.m.
Okay. All right, anything else?
Thank you.
All right, take it from there.
Thank you, Judge.
Yep.
So.
I'll tell you that, your mental reason,
No.
you have your share of someone,
We got one more. PCC.
We may have cell phone, that's it. I forgot about that. They are.
Yeah.
It's the same one.
More. Our 915 too.
Our 915 is here, but not the defense attorney.
It's a.
Okay, cool. I'll grab.
I just thought about that, but we did.
So.
I'm not. Yeah. Exactly. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I'm not gonna bring it here. I would object to that. Okay, perfect. But that's. Isn't that just? No, that was really, I was doing the same thing. I'm doing this one, and that's gonna. I don't think. Yeah, because. Yeah. This one. Well, they just do that. So. Okay. Yeah. And I think the OC said that everything there to upload, and says, so everything's in this number, this number, waiting, and say that. It says all of it, so what they have is. Yes. Huh? I'm all. Yeah.
Huh? Mhm.
On the ticket, right?
Yeah, I was doing the, dismissal. Good morning.
Good morning. I am here on Mr. Fowler.
Your P number, Counselor? Oh, I see it. 85. Thank you. Are you ready?
So I have not been able to get in. Can you hear me?
Hold on. Yeah, he's in the waiting room. I was gonna admit him.
That is perfect. I did not have a working number. If it is possible, would I be able to be put in a breakout room with him very briefly?
Sure.
Thank you so much.
I see him on, I don't, okay, there he is. Mr. Fowler? Can you hear me? Mr. Fowler, can you hear me? Oh, there you go.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
All right, your attorney is on. I'm gonna put you in a breakout room with your attorney, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So please accept the invite.
Okay.
Hmm? No, that one's going, that one is Judge Sabree.
That's what it's just a brief.
Yeah, because he had another case. Sabree had the older case. Um, So we're just waiting on an attorney for reason, right?
Yes, reason we reversed Mr. Marshall was a Miss Marshall. Right.
Yeah, fine.
He said he talked to his attorneys, not to say that he can't 10 minutes.
Morning, Madam Clerk. Any word on Mr. Sledge?
Any word on Sledge?
He said,
It's just about prisoners over here. I told him to bring him up.
Okay. So they just brought him over, they're processing him, and then they'll bring him up.
Right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. No, I called her, she hasn't, called me back. Parties ready on Jamel Reason?
Ready?
Calling case number 1958179, the people of the state of Michigan versus Jamel Reason. Defendant is charged with count 1, weapons, firearms, possession by a felon, count 2, weapons, felony, firearm, habitual offender, third notice. This matter is scheduled for examinations.
Good morning, Judge. I'm standing here currently until my co-counsel grabs. The counsel will be doing this, but I'll surrender P number P86590.
Good morning, Honor Q Marshal P48269 on behalf of Mr. Jamel Reason, who is standing directly behind me.
Just make your name, please.
Jamel Reason.
Reason why you wearing a t-shirt in my courtroom?
My apologies, Your Honor.
You have to be apologized. I appreciate it. I don't want you to apologize. I want you to respect.
I was, the truth, I was running a little late. I didn't want to be late for my court date, so I came in what I had on.
You want you to know knowing what I would do? Send you the main county that can dress you. Right? Thank you. All right, where we?
The people are unable to proceed, talking with my co-counsel. There's no discovery been uploaded and we are unable to proceed.
Yes, Judge, that's what I was told in front of Judge Jefferson, is standing in clear. There's no discovery. I can move with dismissal.
All right, matters dismissed.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
All right.
Sorry about being late. I was stuck upstairs.
Yeah, it's like, I'm drawing a point, and I know it's good. I know. I know too.
Thank you, brother. That's mine.
Judge, do you know Simon's first name, the attorney?
No, it's
Just, that's probably slid to, yeah, I know, they don't.
Probably 233, I'll be here to help you. Wayne, okay. You got to same child, right?
He's on his way up, but.
Okay, good. Counselor Sledge is on his way up.
Great, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Sorry, Your Honor, I didn't notice I didn't have my jacket on, Judge. My apologies.
Kathy, do you remember did Simon say his first name? That's not his first name, right?
No,
What's
no,
his
it's
first
not.
name?
It's Jonathan Simon.
Jonathan. Thanks. Did it just come to you?
Uh,
Oh.
Like we all.
I was like.
Yeah, Mr. Miller.
All right, here we go.
Oh, yeah. This one here.
Party's ready on Charles Sledge.
Ready?
Calling case number 2356221, the people of the state of Michigan versus Charles Lee Sledge. Defendant is charged with count 1, motor vehicle unlawful driving away. Count 2, stolen property, receiving and concealing motor vehicle, habitual offender. Second notice, this matter is scheduled for examination.
Good morning, Judge Alex Marini on behalf of the people, P number P86590.
And respectfully, Your Honor, Jihad Kadak P82492, appearing on behalf of Mr. Sledge for the purposes of preliminary examination today, Your Honor.
Charles Sledge. Thank you.
Your Honor, I've had an opportunity to speak to Mr. Sledge with respect to this matter yesterday while he was in custody. At this time, we're requesting that the court waive the preliminary exam. I've had an opportunity to give Mr. Sledge his rights to a preliminary exam, and at this time, he is voluntarily waiving those rights and requesting to be bound over to the Wayne County Circuit Court for further proceedings.
Yes.
We would have, Sledge.
There's no objection to the people.
Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Sledge, you understand that you have a statutory right to a preliminary exam. The state must show by probable cause the crime was committed and probable cause you had something to do with committing that crime. You understand that? You gotta speak up.
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, did anybody promise you anything or threaten you in any way to get you to waive your right to preliminary exam?
No, Your Honor.
You're waiving your right freely and voluntarily after having the opportunity to talk to your attorney about it.
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you sign your name to the waiver form?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, do you have any objection to the court signing your name and initialing off?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, court will find that you freely and voluntarily waive your right to preliminary exam, matters bound over to Wayne County Circuit Court, Criminal Division for arraignment on the information. You are, aren't you? You're in on something else? Do you have another case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, Oakland County?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and the NY is gonna be May 12th at 2023 at 9 o'clock.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Still too quick.
Have a great day to you and your staff, Judge.
All right, you too, thank you.
You wouldn't have to turn so.
Oh, okay. Yes, it's right here. It's on here.
Okay, have you heard from anybody on Flower or McCray?
I haven't heard from any other attorney.
Madam Clerk, for Flowers.
Are we ready on, oh, you said Flower?
Yeah.
That's the one she's on.
Oh.
She was in a breakout room.
We are backing, Your Honor.
All right, counsel, just so you know, I do my PCCs at 8:30.
Yes, Your Honor. I am sorry. I had 3 or 4 PCCs all set for 8:30, and I was trying to bounce around to all of them.
Just give us a call, I'll wait. As long as I get a call, I don't get a call, I don't wait.
I will do that in the future. Again, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Calling case number 2356061, the people of the state of Michigan versus Raquan Fowler. Defendant is charged with count 1, Giles, possession of a weapon in habitual offender, third notice. This matter is scheduled for a probable cause. Counsel.
Good morning, Judge Alex Ringer, on behalf of the people, plea number P86590.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alexandra Cho with the Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit, P85948, appearing on behalf of Mr. Fowler, who is currently present via Zoom. Mr. Fowler, you could just say your whole name for the record.
Raekwon Fowler.
Thank you. All right, we send this to exam.
Yes, Your Honor. I believe we do have paper discovery as well as it looks like a number of pictures. There is no digital uploaded, so I would just request that if there is any digital, that it be sent over prior to the exam.
All right, well, just in case, you're gonna have to do an order and I'll sign it. Because I can't act on it without that order.
Yes, Your Honor.
Digital was sent on the 4th, but I'll resend it.
May 11th at 10:15.
Your Honor, would it be at all possible to push it to the week of the 14th?
Why?
I have a number of exams on the 11th.
We just have to squeeze it in. I gotta get it done.
Okay, you said it was what time, Your Honor?
10:15. All right, you can do 10:30. That'll help.
That would help, Your Honor. Okay, thank you.
All right, anything else?
That is it, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. I'll continue.
Yep.
Thank you, Judge.
This is Brianna Mitchell, right? Parties ready on Brianna Mitchell, calling case number 23-56030. The people of the state of Michigan versus Brianna Mitchell. Defendant is charged with count 1, jails, possession, use of a cell phone, habitual offender for notice. This matter is scheduled for examination.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ed and Book appearing on behalf of the people, P 86266.
And good morning, Emily Eliza, 385039 on behalf of Ms. Mitchell. Ms. Mitchell, would you please introduce yourself to the judge?
Brianna Mitchell.
All right, ready to see?
Yes, Your Honor, people are ready to proceed. We would just ask for mutual representation of witnesses.
All right, any no witnesses testifying today at trial or anytime in the future must be the courtroom, Zoom, and or YouTube, or we deny that future testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor. People would call the first witness Corporal Montgomery.
And what's your first name? Crispy. Okay. T-Y. T-Y. T-Y.
All right, that's basically where you're running. You swear or affirm to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
All right, you can put the door towards you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Corporal, could you please state your name for the record?
Kristen Montgomery,
And where are you currently employed?
the Wayne County Sheriff Department.
How long have you been with the Wayne County Sheriff's Department?
It'll be 25 years in December.
I want to turn your attention back to March 15th of this year. Were you at the location of 9500 Grand River Avenue?
Yes,
Is that in the city of Detroit, County of Wayne?
yes,
What is at that location?
it's a rehab facility.
What kind of rehab facility is it?
Well, it's a rehab facility. They do rehab. The county has inmates there and there's other residents there.
Okay, so why were you present at that location on that day? Were you working that day?
Yes,
What was your role at that location that day?
I was assigned to inmate.
Assigned to an inmate?
Yes.
What was the name of that inmate?
Brittany, can't think of her last name. I recognize her, but I can't think of her last name.
Is that inmate in the courtroom here today?
Yes, she is.
Okay, could you please point to that inmate and identify them by an article of clothing?
Yes, she's right there with the tan color, beige color pants and the blue shirt.
Thank you. May the record reflect, Your Honor, that the witness identified the defendant.
Where's the story?
So you were assigned to guard Ms. Mitchell in this case, is that
Yes.
correct? So what does that mean when you're assigned to them like that?
When you're assigned, you're there 24 hours. Well, depends on your shift. If you're there from 7 to 3, you're assigned directly with her. You don't leave.
So at this point, is Ms. Mitchell an inmate or is she just another resident?
No, she's actually an inmate. She's still in our Wayne County custody. She's either shackled to the bed.
You said she's either shackled to the bed or is there something else that you?
Or she's either shackled to the bed from the foot or by her wrist.
Okay, and you said you're with her 24/7 or at least for wherever your shift is?
Yes.
Okay, so what if anything happened on that date at this location that might bring us into court here today?
There was a cell phone that was allegedly she had in her possession.
Okay.
Objection, I believe that's non-responsive.
Not your objection, it's his. Non-responsive is his objection, it's his question, not yours. I mean, answer is broad. So I only give it so much weight.
I'll definitely unpack the answer, Your Honor. So you said there's a cell phone that was alleged to have been. So when did you first hear of any alleged cell phone?
One of the residents was in a room that she was assigned to.
She being who?
Brittany.
Ms. Mitchell.
Ms. Mitchell.
Okay, so you said there was a resident in the room with her?
Yes.
Okay, so, and you observed this with your own eyes?
Yes.
So what do you do when you observe a resident with Ms. Mitchell?
I told the resident she had to leave and I escorted her out the door
Why did the resident have to leave?
because she's not allowed to be in a room with the inmate.
Okay, so what do you do then after you tell this resident to leave?
I walk her out the room and that's when she told me that
Who is she? Resident?
the resident.
Can't say what the resident said.
Yeah, I would argue there's an effect on the listener as a result. Corporal Montgomery.
That's still hearsay.
I understand.
You got information. What does he do with that information?
Right, so you received some information from this resident without telling me exactly what it is.
Yes.
What do you do as a result of receiving this information?
Actually, I escorted her out. I asked the officer that was in the room and I asked Brittany, was there a cell phone in the room?
You asked, so was there another officer in the room then with you and Ms. Mitchell?
Yes.
Okay. What was the name of that officer?
Corporal Walker.
So when you ask Ms. Mitchell if there's a cell phone, does Ms. Mitchell say anything to you?
Yes.
What does she say to you?
She told me no.
Okay. So what do you do next then as a result of her answer? What if anything?
Well, actually, after that, we ended up doing a search of the room.
Okay. Who is we?
2 nurses and my sergeant,
Okay. What's the name of your sergeant?
Sergeant Savage.
Did you know the names of either of those nurses that were there?
That was Nurse Bannerman and Nurse Davis.
So is it the 4 of you and Ms. Mitchell in the room when you conduct the search?
Yes.
Okay. So who conducts a search of anything in this situation?
Well, in this situation, the nurse searched
Which nurse?
Nurse Davis searched her.
And you observed her with your own eyes?
Yes,
So what do you observe Miss Davis search?
Miss Davis searched. She pulled her pants. She was attempting to pull her pants.
So let me stop you right there. When you say pull her Pants, whose pants was Nurse Davis pulling?
Miss Mitchell's pants.
So please go ahead.
And there was a vapor in the side on her thigh.
What does that mean? What's a vapor?
What's the name? Vapor,
Like a vape pen, like something to smoke with?
no, yeah, inhaler vapor that they smoke with.
Okay, all right. So where was that located?
That was in the inner thigh.
Okay, so what happens next?
Then she attempted to take the diaper off. That's when there was a cell phone located
Where was the cell phone specifically located?
in the diaper.
Okay, and where was the diaper?
The diaper was still on her. She
On-
reached in
on
and
who?
gave on
Miss
the
Mitchell? On who?
Rihanna.
Okay. So you said Nurse Davis recovers this cell phone.
Yes,
What kind of cell phone is it?
I think it was an iPhone.
Do you observe this phone after it's recovered?
Yes,
Is the phone operational?
yes.
What do you do when this phone is recovered? What do you do next?
Well, once we get the phone, we put everything in a bag and give it to the Sarge, and the Sarge took it.
Okay. What if anything happened next?
Once it's taken out of my custody, only thing I do is go do a report.
Okay.
It's given to the sergeant.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Just very briefly, is Ms. Mitchell the only person in that room at the nursing facility, or are there other inmates or residents in the room?
No, she's in the room by herself.
And you said you found a resident in the room, correct?
Yes,
So when you, so did you find that resident inside when you walked into the room, or in some other way?
no, when I walked into the room.
Okay, so you weren't in the room 100% of the time?
No, I had left. and came
Okay,
back.
so you had left and you come back and you find a resident in the room,
Yes,
and you don't know what that resident had done, correct?
no,
Because you weren't in the room at that time.
correct.
Okay, and then, Ms. Mitchell is in the nursing facility and she is not in the Wayne County Jail standalone facility, correct?
She's not in jail, yes,
Okay, and, presumably, or your information is that she's in the nursing facility for some medical reason, correct?
yes,
And you don't know what that medical reason is?
no,
And you don't know what her capacity is, whether it's what her physical capacity is,
no,
or what any physical health conditions she has are, correct?
no.
I don't have any further questions for this witness.
I know redirect, Your Honor.
Thank you.
The people would rest, Your Honor.
I'll object and just very briefly say that, you know, as an element of possession, there has to be knowing possession, and so in this case, there's no information as to whether Ms. Mitchell knew it was there. There's an inference, of course, if it was found in her clothing. I'll leave it at that.
Your Honor, I would move to bind over on count one. I think the biggest issue with this case is that this was not in a literal jail. However, looking at the statutory definition of jail, this is Michigan MCL 801.261. Jail is defined as municipal or county jail, which this was not. A work camp, which this was not. Lockup, which this was not. Holding center, which this was not. A halfway house, which this was not. A community correction center, which again, this was not. But it also says, or any other facility maintained by municipality or county which houses prisoners, which my argument would stem from that part specifically, Your Honor. Ms. Mitchell was in the custody of the Wayne County Sheriff's Department, was an inmate at the time receiving treatment at this rehab center. And I would argue that the same rules would apply to her there as they would in the actual four walls of the county jail. And she was found in the possession of the cell phone. So again, I would move her back on that.
All right, thank you. All right, court has heard the arguments and testimony times as follows. Court heard from Corporal Kristen Montgomery that on March 15, 2023, at 9500 Grand River Avenue, that she was assigned to a rehab facility that was housing at that point inmate Brianna Mitchell, who is dependent on this case. That during her housing there, she did a shackle by her foot or wrist. That she went into the room. There was a resident in the room with her. She told the resident she had to leave the room. Upon leaving the room, she got certain information from that resident. And then came back in the room and asked the officer that was still in the room and the defendant if there was a cell phone in the room. The defendant said no. The room was then searched by two nurses, a sergeant and a witness. Nurse Davis searched the defendant. Nurse found a vape pen on her. And inside then found a cell phone in her diaper. The cell phone operational. You know, more than like circumstantial evidence that was in possession of and aware of the cell phone. And she was not unconscious. She was awake. She was able to answer questions. She answered the question that the officer gave her. All kinds of felony enumerated complaint of warrants did in fact occur in the city of Detroit. The probable cause to discharge this defendant should be bound over to Wayne County Circuit Court Criminal Division for arraignment on the information, which will be May 19th, 2023 at 9 o'clock.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Have a good rest of your week.
Sure, I'll take care.
Congratulations.
Morning.
The client here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right.
All right, we just have 2 minutes for this piece is called. Thank you.
Oh, a buddy. Yeah. She wants to say hi to you. Yeah. Okay.
So, I'll just. Oh, you can hear me.
Oh, you're doing that?
I did. Good morning, Judge. How are you? You think you're 20-some years old, huh? I feel like I tried doing some kind of work.
It's okay. We go ahead.
Go home. Oh, we need it. Is this a whole?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, we need it. Just for- Yes. Please and thank you.
Is it like that?
Follow?
He's been-
What was the exam date?
May 11th. I don't know, I can get the time, of course.
I just need the date. Here it is. The attorney was,
Yeah, I couldn't read it up there on the board.
it's, Alexandra.
Perfect.
You need a repeat number?
Oh, sure, that'll make it easy.
859.
Yeah, you know. Thank you.
You're welcome.
No, I'm talking about that is correct. I'm talking about the. Yeah, so that's been, that she was in OIC, and if, she was going to be testifying, she was going to show up. So I would be ineffective. I have this police report, which is regarding this case. It just references, there's also a OCA, vehicle number that's on page 3. Police report.
Snacks with bombs.
Was it, has it been, cases of time?
That's what I thought. This is real quick. What this is.
Yeah.
There ain't no more? I normally get some more. Today.
Yeah, no, we've done it. We've been- sometimes you get very, very used to it.
I don't feel like trust me, trying to get the.
Because I need some more chips.
You going back to that?
Some of them. Yeah.
It's right.
It's correct.
Yes.
Yeah, that video you can around there.
Okay, so some of and I was saying this to all my clients, but then I noticed that judges, like, I've seen judges be okay with people with jails.
No, not even.
I swear.
They cover with jail, they going that way.
Pajama pants.
Yeah, yeah.
I've seen it.
He gave it 2.5. Oh.
Hey, Rob, where'd you get these fines at? All 10. Oh, yeah, these in your pocket. I forgot.
How does it look?
Yeah, judge is out, so I'll make sure.
Yeah.
You're not gonna wait on it? No, no. I'll tell what you said.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, okay, but. Hey.
What's your last name? Miss Peters. I can't call you back. How have you been, Miss Peters? Where were you for the last couple of weeks? I know you guys are on like a rotation.
Yeah, I'm like.
Okay, you're floating?
Yeah. So next week, I'll be with Judge Jefferson. I'm just saying, have a plan.
You know what, last time, I did.
Yeah.
Good seeing you. So we only got we only got you today and then
Next week, I'm with her. Where's his spring up today?
I think the spring, I think the state today, she's not in court.
Yeah, it's getting in the news.
All right. Good job, Chuck.
You ready?
We're ready, yeah.
Calling case number 2356285, the people of the state of Michigan versus Larry Moses Jr. Defendant is charged with count 1, stolen property, receiving and concealing motor vehicle. Count 2, police officer fleeing, 3rd degree vehicle code. This matter is scheduled for examination.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Dan Duquette on behalf of the people, practicing under Michigan Court Rule 8.120. Under the supervision of Ed Buckba, P number 86266 in good standing.
Any objection?
No.
Mr. Bucker, did you have a question for me?
I did not, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Oh,
If Officer Deering said anything, it was a joke, I promise. I'll leave it at that.
Go ahead.
Attorney Sahar Faraj appearing on behalf of Mr. Moses, who just in prison to my right. Mr. Moses, can you please state your name for the record?
Larry Moses doing.
Moses, you tell me why you in my courtroom wearing a t-shirt? Do you know how to dress the court?
It's my fault. I'm sorry about that.
I appreciate your apology, but that is not my question. The question is, do you know how to dress the court?
This is my first time doing this.
Right, well, a shirt with a collar at a minimum, sir, okay? Thank you. Right, we ready?
The people are prepared, Your Honor, yes.
Your Honor, if I may, it is my understanding that the witness that the people have to call is Officer Chandler. And Officer Chandler is, according to the police report, not one of the complaining witnesses.
I don't care what the police report says. They're ready to go. We're gonna go. They put on whoever they want to put on. That's their job. And it's, you get to cross-examine whoever they put on. That's how it works. But, you know, to make an objection because you don't believe that this person has something to say that's relevant, it's not, I'll wait till they get on the exam, in the chair, and then I'll make that determination. So either you're ready or you're not.
Understood, Your Honor, and I spoke with the prosecutor this morning, and was going over the fact that the videos, the body cam videos did not work as well, and he had just showed me how to access them and work the videos, so I had the opportunity to review the videos for the discovery, as well as the fact that the sit-go by our green light surveillance video that this officer will testify.
You have a discovery order. Did you get a discovery order signed by this court? Because I don't see one in the file.
I believe I sent one to.
Did you get a discovery order signed by this court? Counsel? Did you?
I have not received back a signed.
Then you didn't get one.
No, I did not.
Then I don't want to hear it. There is no issue regarding discovery.
But the
Court acts through its orders. You want discovery? You put a discovery order in, I'll sign it.
The issue isn't the
Counsel, it's not a discussion. It's not an argument. I'm giving you information at this point. Now it's an order. We're going forward.
Understood.
And Your Honor, just as a preliminary matter, we would request a sequestration order with the exception of our OIC who sits here to my left. She will not be testifying.
Any objection?
No objection.
I can't hear you.
No objection, Your Honor. No
Thank
objection.
you. And we speak. All right, any of our witnesses testifying today at trial, anytime in the future must be the courtroom or be denied their future testimony. Give exception to the officer's charge, and that includes YouTube and or Zoom. Call your first witness.
The people call Officer Ray Chandler to the stand.
First name.
Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. So, all right, pull up and pull the door towards you, please. Maybe you can pull that microphone down once you have a seat towards you a little bit. You may proceed.
Good morning, Officer Chandler. Could you please restate your name for the record?
Good morning. First name Raymond, last name Chandler.
Thank you, Officer Chandler. On the date of June 26, 2022, were you employed with the Detroit Police Department?
Yes,
In what capacity were you employed there?
I was employed P9 Precinct Special Operations Unit.
And did your duties take you to the intersection of Chalmers and Houston Whittier around 8:30 p.m. on June 26, 2022?
I believe it was earlier than that.
Would you like to do your report to refresh your
Yes,
recollection?
please.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor, to refresh his recollection?
Yes. Did you show this counsel? Did you
Okay.
show what you're showing to
I
the
did,
officers,
yes.
the council?
Yes, you did.
Okay.
And when you had an opportunity to refer to that officer, generally, you just place the face down in front of him. Did that reflect your recollection?
Yes,
Around what time was
it was about 8:30 p.m.
And that intersection of Chalmers and Houston Whittier, is that in the city of Detroit and county of Wayne?
Yes.
What did you see at the intersection that brings us into court today?
I was driving our scout vehicle through 11700 Chalmers. It's a Citgo gas station. At that time, my partner, Officer Paul Sweppy, had run a license plate of a vehicle that was stopped in the parking lot.
Okay, could you describe that vehicle for me?
Yeah, it was a 2015 Jeep Grand Cherokee.
And at this time, did you see the driver of that vehicle?
No, not at that time.
Okay. What alerted you to this vehicle at this location?
My partner, Officer Sweppy, notified me that the vehicle had been reported stolen.
You can't say what your partner said. That's all here to say. Did you see the, when you said he ran the plate? Did you see the results of him running the plate on the
Yes.
screen?
Yes.
Okay, you can say what you saw, but you can't say what you said.
Okay.
So without saying what your partner told you, could you please explain if you did anything after the fact as a result of what he did tell you?
Yes, I looked over at the computer monitor and I saw that the vehicle in question had been reported stolen out of Harbor Woods.
After learning this information, what did you do?
So at that point, his vehicle was facing opposite of us, or the vehicle in question was facing opposite of us. And I had already pulled past the vehicle. It would have, I guess it wouldn't have been a great idea to try and flip around in that tight space. So at that point, I initiated lights and I exited.
Okay, let me stop you there.
Mhm.
At any point, when you first see this vehicle, do you see anybody in the driver's seat of this vehicle?
I did not see who the driver was at that point.
Okay, at any point, did you see somebody enter the driver's side of that vehicle?
I can't really remember that offhand.
Okay. Continue where you left off and how you responded.
No, you can ask for a narrative. Repeat my question and answer.
My apologies, Your Honor. After repositioning your vehicle, what did you do next?
Like I said, I initiated our emergency lights to activate a stop or to initiate a stop. I began to exit my vehicle and approach the Grand Cherokee, and at that point, the Grand Cherokee started to take off.
Okay, and after that Grand Cherokee begins taking off, how do you respond?
I re-enter my vehicle along with my partner. I drive around the lot. I don't remember if I crossed the gas pumps or not, but at some point I did get behind the Grand Cherokee. I initiated the sirens in the lot to.
And when you initiated those sirens, was it continuous or was it a short?
It was continuous for, I want to say probably about 5 to 10 seconds.
Okay. And how close were you to that vehicle when you were behind it at this point?
It's tough to remember exactly how close. I know there should be video that would tell the tale on that, but.
Okay, at this point, when your patrol vehicle is behind the Grand Cherokee, as you described, with your lights and siren briefly engaged, what do you do then?
Well, I continue to follow the vehicle at least to the point where it flees out of the parking lot.
So the vehicle then exits this parking lot, is that correct?
Yes.
Onto the main road?
It crosses Chalmers onto Jane westbound. Jane is a side street.
So then after it leaves this gas station onto the road, what do you do next?
At that point, because of Detroit's pursuit policies, I deactivated lights and sirens at least once the vehicle cleared the intersection. So I wanted to make sure people knew, that he was coming out hot and I didn't want anyone to crash. And I began to follow the vehicle at a distance and just kind of monitor it while we requested an air unit.
So at this point, as you are monitoring it, where does that vehicle travel?
So the vehicle continues to travel westbound on Jane. Eventually it turns north, begins cutting through the residential area. I don't remember the exact path that it took.
Okay. After cutting through this residential area, where does this vehicle go from there?
Your Honor, objection, he just said that he doesn't remember the path that the car took.
Through the residential area.
And then he's asking what happened after the residential area, so he
If
doesn't
he
know.
knows.
Could you repeat the question?
Yeah, so after it cuts through the residential area, as you described, where does that vehicle travel?
Eventually it crosses Chalmers a couple more times. It continues kind of weaving around through the residential there. At one point it was on, I want to say 2 streets north of Houston Whittier. It was traveling eastbound for quite a distance, and that's kind of where the helicopter picked it up.
Once the helicopter
Wait, I'm just gonna make sure that when it's traveling through and across Chalmers, you said you were still following it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You could still see it.
Yes.
All right. All right, I got it. Go ahead.
Once the helicopter picked up the vehicle, did you continue to follow at that point?
At that point, we backed off a little bit more than we were before. Again, with our policies at the time, we're not supposed to pursue for property offenses. So the helicopter was monitoring the location of the vehicle, and I just kind of remained in the area in case the vehicle stopped and the driver exited.
Okay, and did the vehicle stop anywhere else at any point?
Not until the Van Dyke exit off of 94 westbound.
And did you see it when it came to a stop?
I saw it after it had stopped.
Did you see anyone exit that vehicle?
Yes.
And do you see anyone who exited that vehicle in this courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you please point to them and describe them by using an article of clothing they're wearing?
That's a gentleman in the first row, has got a black t-shirt on.
Judge, may the record reflect, he has identified the defendant in this case.
Record so is good.
How long were you following this vehicle with your lights and siren engaged?
For the first time, like I said, in the gas station parking lot.
Let's do the first time first.
Okay, so that, like I said, probably 5 seconds or so from the time that I initiated the lights to turning the sirens on to him fleeing the parking lot, somewhere between 5 and 10 seconds.
Did you re-engage your lights at any point?
Yes.
When did you re-engage your lights?
It was at, and I don't remember the address, but it was at a CVS at Outer Drive and I believe 7 Mile.
Did you re-engage your siren at that point?
Yes.
Did that vehicle come to a stop at that point?
No.
And how long were your lights and siren engaged? And the second time you engaged them?
So at that point, there was actually construction going on and it restricted the lanes he was traveling into one. There was a red light there and some vehicles were backed up. And as I initiated at that point is when the vehicle drove up through the parking lot of that CVS and then fled northbound on Outer Drive.
At this CVS, as you described it, did you see who was driving that vehicle?
Not at that point.
Did you at any point see who was driving that vehicle?
Yes.
Are they in this courtroom? Is the
Yes.
person in this courtroom?
Yes.
Could you identify them as you did previously?
Yeah. Yes.
Could you please point to them and describe them using article of clothing?
It's the same individual as before with the black t-shirt, first row.
Did you have an opportunity to inspect the vehicle after the pursuit had ended?
Yes.
When you inspected the vehicle, did you, in your experience in training, was there anything that would indicate that vehicle had been stolen?
I didn't really see a punched ignition or, I didn't really, I don't remember seeing any broken windows or anything.
Nothing further from this witness, Your Honor.
Good morning, Officer Chandler.
Good morning.
If at any point in time my question is confusing, please ask me to rephrase and I will do my best, okay?
All right.
On direct examination, you were asked questions about running a lien on the Jeep car, correct?
Yeah.
And on direct examination, you were also shown your police report to refresh your recollection.
Yes.
And according to your police report, you stated that one of the reasons that alerted your attention to the Jeep was that you were conducting a special attention.
Yes.
What does that mean?
So special attention is conducted usually at green light locations throughout the city, mostly in what we consider to be high crime areas or areas of violence. We just want to make our presence known, try and keep that crime down and the violence down.
So when you enter the parking lot at that time, you were looking at license plates, running cars to make sure. And you testified to direct examination that you were not the one that conducted the lien report, correct?
Right.
That was your partner,
Right.
not you.
Right.
How did you know that the car was reported stolen?
I looked over at the computer monitor and it pops up a message when a vehicle is reported stolen, different than, I guess, what a normal lien message would say.
And then it was after that point in time, you decided to activate your lights?
Right.
You were in the parking lot?
Right.
And where was your squad car?
So during the first activation of lights, like I had said before, his vehicle or the vehicle in question was at the air pumps, I want to say facing southwest. We had pulled just past it. So like
Let me stop you there, I apologize.
Mhm.
When you say that you pulled in, from what point at the gas station, if he's at the air pump, did you have to come in from the main road and come in that way and you rode past him that way?
I believe we pulled in from Houston Whittier.
And where would that be in relation to the air pump?
So the gas station is at the northeast corner. The air pump is on the west side of the building there. And we had pulled in from the south, went past the vehicle going west. And so the rear end of my car was facing the rear end of the vehicle in question.
Okay, so, Court's involvement, Your Honor. Showing what has been, does your court have a preference on whether or not for defense exhibits, if it's numbers or letters?
Madam,
Madam Clerk? Doesn't matter? Okay, marking this as defense exhibit 1, which for purposes of identification, this video is one of the green light surveillance videos that were.
put it on Zoom.
Do I have to log into the Zoom?
Yep. I will open up. Share screen.
Will the volume also work from my laptop or?
You should work directly on there. You have to turn the volume down or off on your laptop, because if you don't, then we get a feedback.
Okay. That should be.
Okay.
You have to turn the sound down or off on your system. That's why we get feedback.
I'm muted. Let me try.
Hello? Okay, thank you. Okay, bring your attention to the screen. I'm showing you what has been marked for purposes of identification. Oh, I did not mean to play that. Purposes of identification, exhibit 1, Madam Clerk, is that okay? You just testified to.
You have to authenticate it. It's a video.
I'm sorry?
It's a video. You have to authenticate it before it can admit it. So before you can start asking questions about it, it has to be authenticated and admitted.
I apologize. You testified on direct examination that you reviewed the green light surveillance video concerning this case.
Yes,
You went and collected that video,
I didn't collect it, but I did watch it.
and this video up here on the screen to your right, is that a clear and accurate depiction of what the video was on the day that you watched it?
I believe there's another camera angle, but that is the gas station.
Yeah, this is one of 3 videos.
Okay, then yes.
Permission to admit, yeah.
Any objection?
No objection, no people, Your Honor.
All right, admitted.
Thank you. Officer Chandler, I'm not going to, I'm sorry, we're back up for a second. You testified on direct examination, or your testimony is that you pulled in from the south side of the gas station, and you see where the air pump is right there, correct?
Yes,
And that is what you indicated as west?
yes,
And then you said you drove, and then you said you drove past and around that car to get behind the Jeep whenever it was at the air pump, correct?
what do you mean by around and past?
So
Yes.
your testimony is that when you and your partner drove the squad car into the parking lot, you came up from the south end and you drove around the front of the Jeep, correct?
Yes, I believe we came in from Houston Whittier and then drove past it on its passenger side.
Okay, and now I'm going to play this video and I want for you to pause the video or tell me when to stop the video when you see your squad car pass the, actually, let's do this first. The Jeep is gonna pull into the air pump. When you see the Jeep, you're gonna let me know. I'll pause the video, we'll indicate it for the record. And then after that, I'm gonna ask for you to let me know when and where you see the police car that you're in that day.
Okay.
For the record, the video is 4 minutes and 9 seconds, starting the video at 0.
So that appears to be the Jeep in question.
For the record, defense has paused the video at 14 seconds. I'm going to continue playing it, officer. Let the record reflect that the video had stopped playing at 4:09. Your Honor, would you like for me to exit out the Zoom at this point?
Are you finished?
This is the video, yes.
Sure. Well, actually, you can leave it on, just, that's how I go to exit.
Okay. Officer Chandler, you were able to watch that video, correct?
Yes,
And that's the video that you saw when you reviewed the video on the day of the incident?
I looked at a couple of different angles.
And this was one of them?
Yes,
And at no point in time did you see the squad car that you were in drive by the Jeep?
right,
At no point in time did you see any squad car drive by the Jeep?
okay,
Is that a
right,
yes?
yes.
Gentlemen, on this video,
Yes.
okay,
And
I guess I'm not understanding your line of questioning, how it's relevant at this point, because I saw the video. I saw no squad car on it, there's more than one video.
would Your Honor like for me to play the same video from different angles? It's on for the same amount of, it's for the 409. At the same time, there's different angles. If Your Honor would like to watch those, I can play them for the court.
No, I don't need to see them.
Okay.
Because I just don't understand your questioning.
So, if I may, Your Honor, well, the relevance is that there were other officers as opposed to Officer Chandler that were involved in the apprehension of Mr. Moses, so.
I don't care about that. Why would
I
I care
can move
about
on,
that?
I can move on. At any point in time when you watched that video, did you see yourself?
No,
At any point in time when you watched that video, did you see your partner?
no,
And this is the first time and it was your testimony that it was at this time that you first were able to positively see Mr. Moses or the driver of that car, correct?
no. No, that's not my testimony.
The one is the first time they were able to identify the driver of that car.
So after the vehicle had fled the gas station parking lot, there was a point, I don't remember the intersection, but in that residential area where I was able to see the driver through the driver's side mirror. I was directly behind the car at that point. And then there was a second instance as well in the area of Outer Drive and Griner, where I saw him the second time because the vehicle was going north and I was positioned in the turnaround north of the vehicle.
So every time that you were positioned to be able to see whoever was driving the Jeep, you were inside of your own squad car?
Yes,
There was some space in between you two?
yes,
You didn't have a clear view because you were looking through one window and then looking through another, correct?
I mean, the windows were clear, so I would say it was
An
a clear
unobstructed
view.
view.
Let him answer the question. You ask him, let him
I
answer the
apologize.
question, please.
Yes, it was an unobstructed view.
And in no point in time, after watching that video, did you see your squad car activate its lights following the Jeep?
Not in that video, no.
When you reviewed the green light surveillance video on the day of the incident, were you able to watch the video of when you activated your siren, following the Jeep out of the parking lot?
Yes,
Your Honor, at this point in time, the defense counsel moves to, just request from the court that we have not received that video discovery of
The
the,
court has already made a ruling on that. You did not ask for discovery order. I act on my orders. And because you didn't ask for it, you don't need it for this hearing.
understood, just making my record, Your Honor.
It's already a record of the council.
Now I want to talk about when you're driving a distance, you said, behind the Jeep, right?
right.
The reason why you knew where the Jeep was going was because you requested air support, correct?
After a certain amount of time, yes.
You requested air support
Yes,
because you had to stop pursuit, correct?
yes, we stopped active pursuit.
And every move after that was a radio in from the air support letting you know which direction the Jeep was going, correct?
Right.
So you did not have eyes on the car the entire time.
No, we lost visual a couple of times through that.
So you don't know if somebody exited the vehicle at any point in time.
I didn't see the car stop or.
But that's because you
anyone get out.
lost, I'm sorry, I apologize, go ahead.
No, that was the end of it. I didn't see the vehicle stop or anyone get out until, like I testified earlier, when the vehicle had stopped on the exit ramp.
But like you just said, you lost sight of the car at times, multiple times.
Right,
So you don't know if the car had stopped before you've seen that stop on the ramp, correct?
I already answered that question.
Is that a yes or no?
Ma'am, I already answered that question.
So the answer is a no, you don't know.
Ma'am, I already answered that question.
Moving on. At the time, you were not involved in the arrest of Mr. Moses, correct?
Yes, I was. Not the initial handcuffing, but I did take him into custody.
Well, you arrived to the location of his detainment after, correct?
Right,
So you did not chase Mr. Moses or the person fleeing from the car on foot.
no,
You showed up afterwards.
right,
Other officers came to assist.
right.
And what did you do when you got to that scene?
So my partner, Officer Sweppy, had chased the two individuals that had fled on foot. I remained with the vehicle, and after the subject had been detained, I arrived there. I confirmed that he was the driver of the vehicle. I took him into custody.
No further questions for this witness.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Any further witness?
No further witnesses from the people, Your Honor. And the
And
people
was,
will-
hold on, the applicants,
No witnesses for the defense, Your Honor.
thank you.
The people will move to bind over on count 2, police officer fleeing and make no motion as count 1. And reserve argument.
Okay.
Court's in closed, so apologize. One second. Your Honor, at this time, we ask that the court not bind over, count Mr. Moses on count 2. I'll just count them after. It is our position that the government has failed to prove all of the elements required for the thing, including the first degree. As Your Honor has heard testimony from the officer that was at the scene at the time, Mr. Moses, there was no clear identification of the driver at the time, like Your Honor seen, even the way and the manner that the officer said that he was able to identify.
Officer identified him twice.
I'm sorry,
He identified him twice during his testimony.
I understand. It's defense's position that he never had a clear and unobstructed view, that he was in a moving car, that there was moments in time that the officer had lost track of the car. This officer that testified today said himself that he was not even involved in the detainment. He just went to the car after it was empty. And Mr. Moses was found not even in the area of where the car was. So we
I
asked.
don't know where he was found, that's not on the record.
So we asked that this court not bind over Mr. Moses on count number 2, and for count number 1, we asked.
No issue as to count 1, they didn't move the bind over.
So it's dismissed?
It will be, yes. They did not move the bind over.
Okay, I just wanted to make an argument, but nothing further from the defense.
Very well.
Yes, Your Honor, only briefly. There are 2 separate occurrences where Officer Ray Chandler testified he activated both his sirens and his lights and followed the defendant, in this case Larry Moses, for an extended period of time, whom he did have an unobstructed view through the windows at 2 separate occasions. So the people would move to bind over on those grounds.
Right, I haven't heard the testimony or arguments finds as follows. Court heard from Officer Raymond Chandler that on June 26, 22, approximately 8:30 p.m. in the area of Chalmers, Whittier, they were doing a drive-through at the gas station there. That going through, they were running, partner was running plates, ran the plate to a Cherokee. He came back stolen. The officer looked at the computer screen, saw that it came back before the stolen. And he then initiated his emergency lights and started to approach the Cherokee. The Cherokee took off. Got behind the Cherokee, initiated the sirens. Cherokee exited the lot, went directly across the street. He then followed the vehicle from a distance. Vehicle cut through residential area. And they called in a chopper to pick up the vehicle and they backed off. Prior to that, he saw the defendant and he identified the defendant as the person that was driving the vehicle. He saw on 2 occasions, the second occasion being when he was at the 7-mile-an-hour drive. He was able to see through the window to see who the driver was. And the driver then took off again after he had gate lights and sirens and drove through a parking lot in order to avoid traffic in the way. Court finds that the felony enumerating count 2 did in fact occur in the city of Detroit. Probable cause exists to charge the defendant to be bound over to Wayne County Circuit Court Criminal Division for arraignment on the information as to count 1. Count 1 is dismissed. Arraignment on the information will be May 19th. Thank you, Aaron.
Well, my client, not, he's on his way, so he's not here now.
No, I haven't been in contact with him, it's still not service.
Calling case number 23-56522, the people of the state of Michigan versus Alvin Boswell, defendant number 1 is charged with count 1, breaking and entering a building with intent, habitual offender for notice. The people of the state of Michigan versus Calvin Hurd, defendant number 2 is charged with count 1, breaking and entering a building with intent, habitual offender for notice. This matter is scheduled for examination. Defendants have failed to appear.
Good morning, Judge. Alex Rainey on behalf of the people, P number P86590.
And good morning, Your Honor, for a lot of hearing on behalf of my client, Mr. Boswell, 41508.
Morning, Your Honor, Vanessa Hamilton, PA 2107, appearing on behalf of Mr. Calvin Burke.
You, the defendant is here, right?
I actually called my client to make sure that he was on the way, and he informed me that he thought it was on Zoom. I know I told him that it was in person, and I know this court at the PCC always tells the defendants that it's in person. The court does that also, so I'm not sure why he thought that. He indicated he was on his way. That was probably about a half hour. So I don't know why he's doing that.
The people motion for KPS.
Right, this matter was scheduled for 10:30, is now almost 11:58, it's 11 o'clock. The KPS shall enter, the bond previously submitted shall be forfeited. The bond said 30,000 cash.
Thank you.
If he shows up, we'll call you.
Okay.
If you get back today, we'll deal with it. Thank you, we'll deal with it whenever you get back.
Okay.
All right.
Madam Clerk.
You need a register. You got a case number? You have the case number?
No, for this.
All right, you got the name?
Alvin Boswell. This case.
Oh, so you want this one? Oh, you want this one?
Yeah.
Oh, you gotta give me minutes. I'm like, wait a minute.
Oh, I'm doing everything but fixing right.
Yeah.
So I need to go, I knew.
Absolutely not.
I gotta run my skills.
You're welcome.
Enjoy your weekend.
You too.
Get it back across the street.
All right.
Have a good weekend. everybody.
Sure, now, take care.
May I approach, Your Honor? Just want to thank you for giving the opportunity to practice your state tonight.
Oh.
Apologize for the procedural hiccups, just nerves.
No, yeah, I mean, it's gonna happen, so, you know, when you do that, I'm like, I don't mean to sound harsh or anything, but it's just, correct.
Yeah, no. Is there anything?
Almost there.
Won't
be long now.
Won't be long.
But just have to watch the open question. A question that I asked from here.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. I gave Coral Walk the wrong,
That way,
register.
do it that way, make sure you get it. You may hear something that witness said. Think that, okay, that covers it. You know, I may hear the same thing and don't, because, you know more about the case than I do.
Right.
You know, so when
That's
you
my
hear
job.
something, you might, associate it with what you know. You know, so, I mean, you follow me, because it's only human nature to tend to connect the dots as you start to hear things. So if you already know a lot about the case, you start to hear something and connect those dots and say, okay, well, that's it. Not necessarily. I don't have all that information.
Definitely. And in terms of the opening questions, one of the ones that I had did earlier on, I could get.
Yeah.
So I think I'm probably. Find that.
Well, and open-ended, not, nothing wrong with that question.
I don't think that this is her, I don't think I have her
Yeah,
number.
because you got the wrong paperwork, right? Just make sure it's.
Yeah.
That's not. Okay. I really appreciate it.
Praise over the Franklin.
He did a good job.
Have you?
You've seen.
Yeah.
You both.
When you have a second. Who is the attorney?
You left me on your way. Did you leave? You're on your way?
Who's the attorney for?
Oh, are you driving or someone? I tell you driving or someone? Oh. All right, Sheriff, this one's in Toronto.
All right, which name is that?
Owensby, the attorney for Owensby.
What's the court date on
May
it?
12th. Have you heard anything from Rebecca Stipio, defense attorney? I don't know. I literally.
Ryan.
You say.
Right, right.
Yes, we were.
Faster than the speed. No, but she just can't. Oh, for the military. Right. She's been here for some time. No, yeah,
They don't know that. He doesn't like trying to get you out here. Trying to get you out here so you go to the court. Did you let them know that you're going to take it? Did you let them know that you're going to take it? When you're free?
Oh, yeah.
You were saying.
So the board has to, approve it.
This should be a problem right there.
Yeah, she is not gonna be here. I don't know why you're not having any luck with dress code. Mr. Moses, the last defendant, asked me, where do you get the button up shirt?
Oh my God.
He did not know where to buy one.
Yeah, because they don't buy. That's not their food. I mean, they don't be thinking about those who are professional.
I mean,
But they don't think.
the thing is, you know, the attorney, all my time, I bring them all. I tell them how to dress, I tell them how to talk, I mean, just everything.
You can tell.
Even when it's a simple case from my plea, you know, this is what you're gonna say, this is what I'm gonna say, blah, 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 this is how it's gonna go. You know, this is how you act.
So you can tell the ones like Ron, you can tell the ones, I'll tell you, they come in looking pretty sharp, but that will be sharp.
But he must have never been nowhere but a sports store, like Snipes, all those sports stores.
T-shirt.
He didn't even know where to buy buttons.
Right, yeah, all of them, right.
Or a polo.
Those have a collar. Everybody was covered white tees. So I hated when they were saying.
You don't remember reason. The guy that came in here, that got his case. 8 years, he told me a story. He said 8 years ago, he came in front of you. And he was, I think he was at, Royal place, a rehabilitation place or something. And he was supposed to smoke weed for 30 days or something. Then he came back in and he had tested positive. But he said, I've been in the place for 30 days. So I told him I didn't smoke none for 30 days. And then he said that he was gonna send me to the county for 60 days. And then they started cussing him out. And he said, 9 months. And I kept asking him out. He said 12 months. He said, last time I came before this, he threw me in jail for a year. I said, yeah, I said, you still ain't dressing right? You still had on a t-shirt.
And he still had a t-shirt on?
Cause I was talking
He
about.
looked a little familiar, I just,
That's funny, dude.
I said, how long ago was it? He said 8 years. I said, well, you probably won't remember just looking at you after 8 years, but.
He said, smokes and do, he still.
But I thought it was funny, he said that if you person started out 6 months, then went to 9 months, then by the time you got to talk, you say, a year.
Keep on talking.
Right.
It's gonna make it worse on you. Keep talking.
But he learned, yeah, until he learned from that. You've been in 8 years.
Yeah.
My tea is now, my hot tea is
He was
now.
very apologetic. That he tried to.
Yeah, but that's. We go way back.
You know what?
But I didn't even know where to purchase one. That's the first time I heard
Got
that.
hot water thing on?
I'm like, you get to this
Oh,
age,
you
you
were cold.
ain't
Boy,
gonna
they didn't pour it out.
and saw the shirt.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Well, they just don't think about HBC and radio, really don't, they go right to the sports stuff.
These kids ain't got no.
I don't know what else.
He might have lived a life where his parents ain't never took him shopping with that. Just buy his own stuff.
That one does hot water?
He goes to
Yeah.
night, he goes to
Oh,
those
okay. I
sports.
don't know what I was thinking. Yeah, it's the red one. Red one is, oh, okay. Yeah, push this in.
They should learn because the stuff they be wearing costs more money than clothes. So they do. And those flimsy shirts for $30, $40.
More thing, you know, make some t-shirts. Signal.
They did buy.
What kind of tea? Some tea at 7-Eleven. Oh, you got it. It's a flavored tea or something. Yeah, it is. And I added some honey and some lemon. I think because you can go heat it up.
Katrina Grimes, check in.
Oh, yeah, I could do that.
And we just waiting on the attorney, right, Ronald?
That's Miss Jefferson, right?
Miss Jefferson.
It's tea. Put cold water in my cup instead of hot. Right. That was horrible. I could just heat that up in the microwave.
In that cup?
Yeah, the one.
It's not that.
Well, when I'm done with this,
Yeah,
I'll
you,
pour it.
yeah, but not that cup.
Yeah, I know.
You know what I'm gonna do? When we get some water back, we still put the pan over there. You see it out? Sorry, get it.
So we got, yes, okay, we got Katrina Grimes. Our last two won't have two cases, right? Oh, the last two. Calling case number 2257044, the people of the state of Michigan versus Katrina Grimes. Also calling case number 2256877, the people of the state of Michigan versus Katrina Grimes. Defendant is charged with count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon, felonious assault. These matters are scheduled for examination.
Good morning, Your Honor. Adam Booker appearing on behalf of the people, P 86266.
Good morning, Good morning, Thomas C. Jefferson, on behalf of Katrina Grimes of both families. Katrina Grimes.
Ready to proceed?
We're now, Your Honor. The victim on both of these cases, Ms. Tamia Walker, was served with a subpoena, or multiple subpoenas, and she failed to appear, Your Honor. People are unable to proceed.
John, we move for the dismissal. Both families.
Thank you, Judge.
Oh, you got it?
I got it.
No problem.
You want to send me, I'll just take that court numbers.
Did you do anything? What? You're I mean, yeah.
I need 2 of
I
them.
know, he's giving you the first one now.
Sorry.
Well, he came and hit her and strangled her. No, and then when she went back to the house, he had a hammer.
I didn't call my little partner on the way down. I mean, he should do me. She said, yeah, my girl, well, my daughter's birthday, my youngest daughter, Melody, but you don't miss, she get in your courtroom. She got a 1-year-old birthday tomorrow. Now, she just turned 1. She got all of this stuff playing.
Oh, wow. She's gonna remember all.
Right. She's like, it's up in the park. I said, they only one, okay?
Right.
Right, she just started walking, matter of fact, she likes to do this little bunny hop. She still crawls, and she'll get up on her knees and bunny hop around. She is a dancer though. All this is up in her house, you know, right? Okay, right.
Need another one, or each year it becomes more and more.
Right.
More and more.
Yeah, because the first you go do something, Blaze is gonna be like $700. I said, for a 1-year-old party, really?
What?
That's how hot dogs, okay, hot dogs and cake and care of everybody, come up here, I can't have them get out.
All you need for a 1-year-old.
Right, she's not even, she don't even know what's going on. All right, see you later. Feel better, look better. You can't be everything, she's not gonna come back.
They never reach out to you again?
No, she called me, so she's coming.
Yeah, she-
She's never down with
I already again.
So that's it.
Case number.
All right. Y'all ladies take care. Okay, okay, good. All right, see y'all later.
Yeah, it was dismissed on March. Yeah, go ahead, go ahead. You don't have it too, hold on, you don't have a. Oh, hold on. 0, 5, 3. Nope, that's what's after the 7, 9? 7, 9.
Oh, she comes. No, no. That's why I like that.
See, the problem is, I can't tell you stuff, it's not a number.
Taking the pressure on you. I got it.
Okay, this is what you have to do, well, this is what it sounds like, what happened. You got arrested. Did they give you arrested on there? Okay, so what happens is, until it goes into as an arrest. Okay. It's up to MSP to take that arrest out. It sounds like they will take it out, because that's not a case of that you're given. That may be a number that they.
People do things I've never seen. Because you gotta go. I don't care about it.
You're gonna have to, this is what you're gonna have to do, you're gonna have to contact MSP. Okay, you need to contact MSP, state police, tell them their arrest is still showing on your record, but the case is dismissed. Let them know you have to, in your hand, what are you going to do next? They're gonna either have you back to them, send it to them, or whatever, how they do it, I don't know. But they have to handle that. It has nothing to do with 36, even though your case came here. But when it goes into arrest, into the system, that's. The scary part was listening to the jury.
on that. She took a stand, she got all these.
Several times.
Oh, you're welcome. Good luck. All right.
I call you back.
I'll get you that. They chased him into his apartment.
I just text you. Did you get my text?
Hammer was under the refrigerator.
Did I? I think I did.
And the jury was stuck up all these reasons.
Okay, go ahead.
It was a beast.
Mr. Boswell?
And he kept them straight. Because I was back then. Over there in the city. They were in the room, but. I
Wait,
was
what, is it there?
here talking.
Yeah.
I was like, this is scary.
Okay, we're
All right.
I don't know if I'm.
Judge,
Yeah.
Cora Watts said her client called her and he's at the bus stop. So she's asking, can he come on Zoom?
No, in person. Only in person. You don't show up in court, you appear in person.
750.
I'm worried about the going out.
And she was gonna waive too.
She can come on Zoom, but he gonna be in person.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I'm worried about it. Like you said. Read the words.
Yes. Sorry, all right.
Well, she hasn't shown to.
This is our last case, we're waiting on that one. All right. Okay, all right. Courtroom 233, Judge Giles, courtroom. How may I help you? But, yeah, how are you doing?
You feel what was a good time?
What's the case? Oh, 18. Okay. What's his name? Okay. You said 18. Oh.
Just that.
All right.
Yes, he does.
So he's in.
Okay, right.
So you want to first? All right, hold on. Yes. Judge Felony Raymond's is calling. They got this gentleman. They had a caveus back, I guess, 2 years ago. He's been in,
Just got off. So hold on.
what is it? Correctional facility for 2 years. He, his bond here is 10,000 cash. He wants to know if he can give him a personal. Judge Archer said it in 2021, 10,000 cash.
He's been in
MDOC, yeah, for 2 years.
He's coming up right now. The current client.
Yeah.
And she's
He's
coming
okay.
on.
All right.
They're gonna wait.
Oh, what time is it? I gotta make a reservation, because today is, it was my, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you might
I will find out. We never had it before, but it's not killing. Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Every nobody don't be.
But what time are you talking about, baby?
Whenever you ready, whenever you ready.
Oh, Coral Watts coming out.
Yeah, she's on the phone.
What was she?
I put her on hold.
Oh. Oh, you went,
She got to go home.
you ain't on me for?
She asked me what time.
She did?
Yeah, hold on.
Well, let me get that. James, you know.
Okay, he's not here yet,
I
but
haven't
maybe
talked
he'll
to
be
her, I
here.
just thought it was a good idea.
Oh, he coming?
Tell them my idea. Our idea.
And I'll email you
All
guys.
three of our ideas.
All right.
I'm just saying I hadn't talked to her.
No, I know.
Yes.
Yeah, she said it should be up in 5 minutes. That's. Oh, she might as well wait until we finish.
Yeah.
Yeah, I finally got it. Because I'm on the phone, geez. He thinks I'm just sitting here watching the phone ring. They kill me when they do that. Yeah, I finally talked to him.
Yeah,
So, yeah. Thank
Me
you.
and
All
Mariah.
right, what I do with that box?
What are you looking for?
What? Hey, I got the supervisor. I just started too. I'll give another shot.
I remember her, but she was here before. The complaint of the attorney was there.
Hello?
We have a civilian witness.
Okay, so it's not Boswell.
At 12 o'clock. And also the officers are here on 12 o'clock.
Okay, so I'm gonna send you the ROA then,
So
because I was gonna wait, but I sent it now.
On both cases?
All right,
Yes,
all
sir.
right, all right.
Got the officers on the first case and the civilian witness on the second case.
Okay.
So Cora Watts said that was the wrong client.
Corey said, what's this wrong client?
Yeah, it wasn't Boswell.
The one who's coming up here?
Yeah, he's not, he's going to another courtroom.
He's not coming anymore?
No.
That's not the same one, it's a different.
No, she said she got 3 clients and all 3 of them didn't show up for court, so she got confused with who was who.
Oh, okay.
Very confused.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah.
All right, where is Miss? Okay, so this stays KPS.
The call cannot be
It's expensive. Any of us, brother.
Like how long? She said she'll be here in 3 minutes.
Did you get it? Did you get it, son?
I did, better paper, so.
Oh, this is the case. Yeah, wait. What happened that day? You were, something like that.
Huh?
He was at another court. And I had the other 2 officers. Why did we 27 and stay around, but we can sure. Okay.
I mean, I'm just kind of standing on my.
Yeah, so you're good.
Yeah, it's
You're
just,
good.
I
Over.
can't remember. I can look at it and see if I remember when I. Oh, I don't know if they're gonna like.
No, I don't think they're like that. This is old.
That would've been funny though.
Yeah, that would have just that.
Like, hey, it's today.
Yeah, it's just.
Yes. I don't know.
Oh.
I remember. She's okay.
I remember. Yeah. We got witnesses,
Yes, we're good to go.
on both of them?
Yep.
She said 3 minutes. If she comes in 3 minutes.
He's gonna probably need to talk to. Yeah, I thought it was he was sick, that's what it was. You shouldn't have been over there. See?
What is the vent over there too that's blowing right after? Cause I remember Kim said that yesterday. Yeah. It's 64 outside. Right.
64 degrees?
Yep.
And it shall be 70 this weekend.
And
Yeah. You got lucky, you always get lucky first time.
right, first time.
Well, it's, you know, always like, damn, if I get my money back with the spin thing, I just don't want to scratch it out.
Oh.
I get it. It's just, that's wrong. You know,
The ticket?
because I saw that scratch. Yeah, that's scratch. It's fine.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, you put something in your box.
Yeah, as long as you double check, that's why I always double check. Oh. Oh, 10%. Oh, Miller? You got 5,000, you got 5,000, 10%. And he got 5,000 personal. I think he may have this somewhere. I don't see it. I mean, come on. What I'm saying. Cascades will be jail.
You had talked to the plan before already?
I think Alex is doing it.
Not today.
This is in here. I'm just-
Just real quick.
Yeah, so I can go and get.
Pretty sure it's a whole. Yeah, confirm that.
He's okay.
Oh,
I just can't see him.
Facts, I was.
I had, good.
Let me talk to him real quick.
Okay. My officers are here for the. other
Okay.
ones.
Right, Joe, I would say.
What?
when you went to work, what did you do?
I work for them.
How did you get to work?
I drive my car. I have a car.
When you went to your car, what happened?
As I was going to my car, the way I parked, I was parked backwards. So I had to walk around the car, and as I was going to the car, I couldn't even get a chance to open the door. I just seen a body, a shadow.
Hold on. So when you saw this body in shadow at your car, what happened then next?
I seen someone coming towards me, and I instantly froze up.
Can you ID the person that was coming towards you in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you point at a piece of clothing that they're wearing today?
A green gel thing with a white t-shirt under it.
Please let the record reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
Oh, I was stating something for the record. You're okay. When you observed this person, what happened then next?
When I observed him, I instantly screamed. I screamed, and then it happened so fast, I seen like a orange and black thing in his hand, and as I'm looking down and screaming, he's coming running toward me, and I heard my name.
So when you see him running towards you, saying your name, what happened then next?
I ran, and he chased me. He chased me across the street.
Did he catch up to you?
Yes, he did. Before I screamed, when I screamed, he swung it. It happened so fast that, like, cause I had a gash in my face and everything. So it happened so fast, and then I ran, I took off, and I was in shock.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay, got it. Wow. See my question answered.
Where did you get the gash from?
The hammer.
The hammer. We'll get back to. Was there anything prior to him hitting you with a hammer? Did he do anything prior to that?
No, it just happened so fast. He was holding the way he held it, and I was trying to step backwards. So as I'm walking backwards and running,
Did he do or say anything to you when
he said my name.
And when he said your name,
I screamed. I was screaming very loud. I was just screaming the whole time.
when he hit you with a hammer, did he say anything to you?
When he hit me with it, I was just screaming, and he kept saying like something about my daughter, something about my daughter. My daughter, he kept saying your daughter.
Did he say anything that he's gonna do to you?
He said he was gonna kill
Okay,
me.
no. No, don't answer that question. That's leading.
Okay. What if anything happened next?
We was fighting. As I ran across the street, he still had hold to me. So that's what stopped me from running, because he got a hold to me. So we were fighting, we were tussling across the street on the grass.
When you were tussling on the grass, what was he doing to you?
He was trying to put both his hands around my neck, and he still had the hammer. So I had got a hold to the hammer. That's when he balled his fist up and he punched me. He was punching me and telling me that he was guilty. He said, "I'll kill you."
How many times was he punching you?
He punched me a good 3 to 4 times.
Did you know this man from before?
That's my brother.
Is that your brother?
Yes.
Did he ever stop hitting you at a point?
Yeah, he actually did stop, and then he got up off me, and then, cause I had my wallet and my key fob, cause I just have one personal key, and I had that in my hand. And as we're tussling and fighting, he just got up off me and just started walking really fast, running up the street, I guess. But he just disappeared.
Did he say anything to you when he got up off of you?
He just kept saying like, "What do you do to me?" And then he just got up and like moved fast like down the street.
Did you sustain injuries, or what did this make you feel like when you was doing this?
I had like blood coming from my face and everything. I didn't realize I was bleeding. I just felt something wet. And I believe I even told him, like, you got me bleeding. And he didn't say nothing. He just started walking up the street very fast, like very fast.
And how did this make you feel during all this?
For one, it was my brother. I never expected for him to do nothing like that to me. Like, we didn't argue. We didn't have no previous arguments or nothing. It just happened out of nowhere.
I'll give you a moment. Did you seek medical attention?
The first thing I did was, I went to the 10th precinct. I was afraid, I was scared. And, I went down there with just my face just messed up.
Did you make a report?
I did.
And then after that, did you seek medical attention?
I did not, like, this is my first time going through any of this. Like, I never been through nothing like this, especially with my own family member. Like, I was scared. I didn't know what to do. I just wanted to make sure he wasn't around anymore because it just happened out of nowhere. Like, we didn't argue. We didn't have nothing.
No further questions.
And can you, estimate what time of day it was, when you were going out to your car?
It had to have been like almost getting into 7 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. And where was your car parked exactly?
At my mom's house, at 3302 Winton Street.
Was it in the
It was
driveway?
in the driveway, parked backwards.
Okay. And so, were you already opening the car door?
I didn't even get a chance to open it.
Okay. But you were right at the car?
Yes, I'm standing right there.
And so you say that you suddenly saw a shadow. And so where was that person standing?
He came from the side of my mom's house.
Okay. And so when you first saw him, how close was he to you?
He had to run towards me, so he wasn't that close. Cause like the way my mom's house made, he was like at the farther end of by the time I looked, he was at the end of the house. So the way my car was parked, he had to come towards, like come a little closer and get to me. That's what made him run towards me, and I started running.
Okay, so you just saw him running towards you. When did you notice that he had something in his hand?
As he was running towards me, that's because it was like orange or something. So it was like the color of the reflection of the color would make you look at it.
Okay, so he was holding something in which hand?
It was his left hand.
Okay, you said it was something orange?
It was a hammer. It was orange and black.
Okay, so was the handle orange?
The handle is orange and black.
Okay.
And he had it downwards.
All right. Orange and black.
Yes.
All right, and then the hammer part that you hit something with, it was made out of metal?
Yes.
And what color was that?
Silver.
Okay. So you're saying he had the hammer in his left hand and it was down by his side?
Yeah.
Okay. So he was just running towards you, but the hammer was down?
Yeah.
All right. And so you just started running?
I started running when I was in shock. I froze when I seen him. And then when he said my name, as he running towards me, and I heard my name, I started screaming and I took off running.
Okay. All
and
right,
he got a hold of it.
okay, so. If the hammer was down and he's just running, there's no reason for you to be concerned at that point, correct?
Yes.
Okay, but you just started running anyway?
Yes.
Okay.
I-
Okay, just a moment, wait for a question, please. So then. So where did you run to? You started out at, next to your car, right? So where did you run to, Zach?
Across the street.
Okay, so you ran across the street, and then did you stop when you got across the
No,
street?
he got a hold of it.
Okay, all right, and then, so. You were on the grass across the street?
Yes, it's like the grass on the sidewalk, and he was right there too.
All right. Have you, at that time, I mean, were you under the influence of any medication, any substances, anything like that?
Not at all.
No, okay. And you say you didn't go to the hospital, you didn't get any medical attention?
No.
Is that right?
Right.
Okay, you did not call 911, is that correct?
No.
Right. So when did you go, when did you make the report at the police station?
I called my sister, you know, I was crying and stuff, and, you know, she was just telling me, like, just go down there and stuff, so I went down there, like, it was probably, like, I'm not sure, like, I went down there the same day though, like, I went down there.
Can you give me an idea of when you went down there?
Probably like an hour after I like cleaned myself up and everything. And I didn't even really clean myself up because I went down there with my face still messed up.
So you were on your way to work?
Yes.
At 7 a.m.
And taking my kid, actually, I was dropping my kids off at school first and then on my way to work.
Okay. So were your kids already in the car?
No, they actually seen, they were screaming in the doorway.
Okay, so no one was in the car at that point?
No.
Okay. So did you take your kids to school first?
I did before I went to the police station.
Okay. So you went to the police station maybe an hour
Yes.
later? Okay. And did you go to work after that?
I did not.
Okay. Did you take any photos?
I did.
Of the injuries?
I did.
Okay. And you said that, as far as you knew, you and your brother had a good relationship, is that right?
Yeah, like we didn't argue or anything. Like,
All right, that's all I have, thank you.
How many times were you hit with the hammer?
it was like it was just one time.
And where would he hit you? with?
It was like a swing, like a gash type. So the fork of the hammer, it would gash me because it happened so fast, and I was like my face was like swollen and everything.
Thank you, no further questions.
Anything?
No, you're right.
You're welcome.
Any further witnesses?
The people have no further witnesses.
Any witnesses?
No, you're right.
Full motion to bound over on all counts and adding on count 3, unsealed 750.83 assault with intent to do murder and reserve argument.
No, where are you gonna assault to do murder with? What facts do you have to support that?
The people that motioned on over on counts 1 and 2.
Your Honor, respectfully, I would object, certainly would object to assault with intent to murder. I would object to the assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder. The only injury that was mentioned by the witness was a cut, a gash on her face. She didn't even get any sort of medical attention. So I would object further, just in general, on count 2 as well.
Well, the victim spoke of how she was hit with a hammer. It goes to the aspect of there was, again, strangulation. When they were tussling on the ground, she was choked. She was
choked. Never said that.
I would like to go to the court reporter.
I don't, they can go by my memory. She said that he tried to put his hands on her throat. That was her words. That's what she said. And you didn't go into any further questions about what that meant.
The people again argue for count 2 with the assault with dangerous weapon, with the hammer hitting the victim, causing harm to her face, where she went to the precinct. She knows the victim, was able to identify the victim, and be able to get away from the defendant when they were tussling on the grass. The people motioned on over on counts 1 and 2.
Court having heard the testimony, arguments, finds as follows. Court first, Mr. Ronald testified that on March 24th, 23 at approximately 7 a.m. in the area of 3302 Glendale in the city of Detroit. It's her mother's home. She was there with her 3 children. She was going to her car that was in the driveway. She saw a shadow coming up towards her. She looked up and saw that it was a defendant. He had a defendant as her brother. She said she initially screamed. She saw, at first she didn't know what it was, something that looked orange and black that was in his hand. That she ran, that he chased her. He caught her basically across the street, hit her with the hammer. It caused a cut on her face, or gash, as she described it, not a cut, as a gash on her face. And he tried to put her hands on her throat. The defendant then, that testified somehow she ended up with the hammer, and that he then punched her 3 to 4 times. He stopped, got up, and either walked fast or ran down the street. And she went to the 10th precinct to make a report. Court finds that the felonies enumerated count 1 and 2. I'm going to write over on both. It's really great bodily harm and the assault with dangerous weapon. I believe they're charged in the alternative. Did in fact occur in the city of Detroit, probable cause of discharge is suspended. To be bound over the Wayne County Circuit Court Criminal Division. Arraignment on the information. May 12th at 9 o'clock.
Your Honor, may I address bond?
We got another case first.
Okay, of course. Thank you.
Party's ready. Calling case number 2356144, the people of the state of Michigan versus Dwayne Miller. Defendant is charged with count 1. Count 2, police officer assaulting, resisting, obstructing, habitual offender for notice. This matter is scheduled for examination.
Good morning, Judge Alex Ring, on behalf of the people, P number P86590.
Rebecca Chiappa, P62311, on behalf of Mr. Dwayne Miller, who's also present, Your Honor.
All right, you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. The people called their first witness, James McClure.
Mr. James McClude.
McClude. I can McLeod.
First name is James. It's gonna be for us. MCLB. MCLB.
Okay. Okay. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you come up, put the door, please. May I proceed?
Please state your name for the record again.
Yes, my first name is James, last name is Bob. I'm a Detroit police officer.
So what is your job? Can you state that again?
Detroit police officer,
And where do you work at?
the 10th precinct,
And how long have you worked there for?
approximately 5.5 years.
You're not too close, you talk really loud.
Too close.
Okay.
Were you working on the date of 03/27/2023?
Yes,
And did your work bring you to the location of 3700 Joy Road, Detroit, Michigan, 48204?
yes,
And that's in Detroit, County of Wayne.
yes.
What in your work brought you to that location?
We were called there for a disturbance. We got there, the complainant was the gas station clerk. The person causing the problem had left prior to our arrival. So we left the location.
When you left the location, what did you do next?
We left heading, it was south throughout the parking lot. I had previous knowledge from our detective unit that we were looking for a certain vehicle, a certain person for a crime.
Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Yes,
Can you identify them with a piece of clothing?
he's wearing a green jumpsuit.
Please let the record reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant. So after you leave the gas station, why were you called to the gas station? What was?
The gas station is a green light.
Oh, so without saying what you heard, what action did you do when leaving the gas station?
Well, we didn't actually leave the gas station, we left from inside of the gas station, so we were inside the parking lot, driving away, or attempting to leave the parking lot when I observed the vehicle parked at a pump.
Okay.
Facing the south side of the street.
When you see that vehicle, what did you do?
I drove a little bit past to verify the license plate, that was the correct plate that we were looking for. Looked inside the vehicle, the person who was in the driver's seat matched the description of the person we were looking for.
Why were you looking for that person?
Per our 10 PDU, the person was wanted for aggravated assault.
So when you approached the vehicle and the person there, what did you do next?
Knocked on the window and I asked the driver, I said, hey, are you Mr. Miller? And he replied, yes. And I advised him that he was under arrest.
When you advised him he was under arrest, were you wearing a police uniform?
Yes.
And then when you advised him he was under arrest, what happened next?
He asked me if he could finish smoking. So I replied, yes. Once he finished smoking, he unbuckled his seatbelt, and I ordered him out of the vehicle, and I actually placed his hand on top of the hood, and he searched prior to being placed in handcuffs.
So when you order him out of the vehicle, hand on the hood, what happened next after that?
At that point, I looked to my left and I observed the person, who we were originally there for, walking up to the gas station, the front door.
Yeah.
So when I turned to advise that person, hey, you can't go in there, Mr. Miller attempted to, well, he fled on foot through the parking lot.
When he fled on foot, what did you do?
Gave chase after him, I can't say what you're saying.
What did,
Yeah.
when you approached him, and when you chased after him, what happened next?
He fell to the ground. I advised him multiple times to stop resisting, stop resisting. He didn't comply.
What was he doing with his body when you were showing that?
Wrenching his body, attempting to keep his hands up under his stomach, not letting me place him in handcuffs.
Did you, keep giving him verbal commands?
Yes.
And then what happened after you gave the verbal commands?
I called for another car. Other cars came at the time, still trying to gain control of his right arm to place him in handcuffs. Still wrenching his body around, trying to get up on his feet, you know. So I kept his wrist, trying to pull his arm around, grabbing his wrist, and he still wasn't complying. So eventually, other cars came and were able to place him in handcuffs.
Were you with anybody else, when you were trying to arrest him?
My partner was Laurel Akins.
When you were, with Laurel Akins, was your partner trying to help to arrest the?
Yes, he was trying to gain control also.
Was when your partner was trying to arrest the defendant, was he resisting your partner?
Yes.
What was he doing when your partner tried to, arrest?
Exact same thing. We were both trying to gain control of his arms, place him in handcuffs at the same time.
No further questions. Ross?
Were you wearing a body cam at the time this incident occurred?
Yes.
And was there a dash camera in your police vehicle as well?
Yes.
And how far away would you say that you were from your police vehicle when, how far away was it that you say Mr. Miller was on the ground?
From my police vehicle?
Yes.
I can't give an exact measurement, but I would say approximately, I'll say approximately 10 to 15 feet.
And you had to use some sort of force on Mr. Miller, is that correct?
Yes.
What force was that?
It was joint controls, joint locks.
Okay. And you personally did that?
Yes.
All right. And then at that point in time, Mr. Miller was taken into custody, all right?
After the use of force, yes.
All right, thank you.
No further questions. The people call witness Laurel Atkins. Who is that? He's the other officer who's on the scene.
Why do I, give me all the proof, why do I, what am I gonna hear that I haven't already heard?
that officer can speak to their, separate.
I heard it from this officer.
No further.
I mean, if I'm gonna hear something new,
Yeah,
it's one thing, but I'm gonna hear the same thing.
Yeah.
why do I need to hear it?
no further witnesses. The people rest.
No defense witnesses, Your Honor.
The people motion to bond over on count 1 and count 2 and reserve argument.
Your Honor, I would just object without argument.
We heard the testimony, I already kind of followed that. Officer McLeod, ED, 10th precinct, March 27, 2023, was in the area of 3700 Joy Road, Detroit. You got a call there regarding disturbance. You got there, the person had already left. You also had information regarding the defendant, and that there was a arrest warrant for him for what he saw. That he saw the vehicle and the person that matched in the description. He approached the vehicle, knocked on the window, asked if he was Mr. Miller. He said yes. Told him that he was under arrest on his assault. So I asked if he could finish smoking. He told me yes. He did so. After which he exited the car. When he exited the car, officer got this temporarily distracted by seeing the first person that caused disturbance in the gas station, telling him he couldn't go back in there. At which point, Mr. Defendant fled on foot. He fell. He attempted to put the handcuffs on him. He was resisting by moving his body and putting his hands up under him. And that's what with this officer and his partner was doing the same thing. Court finds that the felons delivering the claim warrant did in fact occur in the city of Detroit, probably cause of discharge of defendant. To be bound over the Wayne County Circuit Court Criminal Division for arraignment on the information, which will be May 12th at 9 o'clock.
Your Honor, may I address bond?
Yes, ma'am.
I believe on the second case, the resisting obstructing, Mr. Miller has a personal bond. And on the assault case,
Correct.
5,000, 10%, is that correct?
Correct.
I would ask the court to consider a personal bond, perhaps with a tether. Mr. Miller has no previous history that I'm aware of. He does work full-time as a delivery driver and yoga instructor. And he also is a caregiver for his grandmother.
The people would object.
One second, I'll give you some. Where did he live?
With his grandmother.
Where did that?
What's the address?
7830 Hope Street, right next to the report. She's in the subdivision, close to the hospital.
They're right next to Henry Ford.
Hospital, yes.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Right. What's your?
The people would strongly object. The assault that occurred, he knows the victim is his sister. The RNO that was later done, he fled when the police were trying to arrest him for that felonious assault. He left that scene. The victim and the relationship going to that charge that has been charged there speaks to the intention that the victim and the defendant could have a situation where the defendant could make contact. I would strongly disagree.
Okay, how do you get in there?
The personal bond, I would strongly disagree with the fact that the defendant and the victim do know each other.
Okay, so every time they know each other, are they related? After the defendant locked up, that'd be your position?
With the situation with the assault that was taking place would be my position on this.
Okay. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. He has no history, I think, because he has no visuals.
He does have I'm looking at the, hold on.
Oh, it does have an individual.
Yes.
Okay, right now, he has basically a $500 bond. All right. You know, you got anything going on with you I need to know about? You got a drug habit?
No, I don't have any.
You got an alcohol habit?
Can I say one?
Wait, no, I want you to answer my questions.
Yes, yes. No, I don't have any habits.
You got a history of mental illness?
I was hit by a car at the age of 15. But that does not reflect anything that's going on. I graduated from rehab in 2018. And right after that, I went to India to participate in the International Yoga Festival. I do teach yoga, and the incident with my sister.
No,
Okay, sorry for going there.
I don't want to hear nothing about it.
I won't go there, yeah. I take care of my grandmother, her original caregiver does not show up, and I help her, and I work full time with Instacart, and I recently worked for Hoover. I paroled to Ann Arbor in 2012, and I went to Washington Community College, and that's when I learned yoga, and then I was also going under computer system information, and I was teaching yoga at the University of Michigan, and I had a job at the University of Michigan at the Hillel building, the Jewish building, in which I had up until early last year. And then after that, I worked.
I got it. Now, ask those questions. This makes no sense. None of it. Now, I don't know if it's just the times. When I say the times, I'm saying there's a whole lot of crap going on out there that makes no sense. People are doing stuff that makes absolutely no sense. Hurting people, just angry for no reason. I don't know what's going on with you. I'm not keeping them like $500. That makes no sense. I'm gonna give you a personal bond. I'm gonna give you a tether on it.
Okay.
I will allow you to go to work. You have no contact with your sister.
Yes, yes.
No contact, because you live with your mother, right?
My sister does.
Yeah. No contact with that address where this happened. You know, no contact, and let me explain to you what no contact. No contact means you can't contact her.
Yes, I
You
understand.
can't have anybody else contact. That's in person, by telephone, text message, email, listen, Facebook, Twitter, whatever. You can't put anything about these incidents on social media. You understand that?
I understand. Can I say one thing?
I don't know if you want to, you might want to say it to the attorney first. I mean, you're getting the win at this point.
I think
you're out. But, so you might want to not. Normally when folks start talking, you know, you say the wrong thing and then I have to say, okay, no, that ain't gonna work, lock you back up. Understood. Stay away from it at this point. I don't know what's going on between you and your sister, but at this point, you can go nowhere near her. If you go to the gas station and she's there,
Leave.
you have to leave, not her. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Anything else?
No, good.
All right, thank you.
You just,
All right, I just need, info, I need a, order on the bond.
Mayor, Coach Chester.
Yes, sir.
With the,